Hello. I'm here. Probably start before the timer runs out here. I'm just eating breakfast. So, but yeah. Yeah, there we go. All right. No, I won't do that. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So, what do we want to do? Hello, by the way. How's it going? Uh, oh man. All right, switch to work. All right. You're working today? God damn it. Yeah, so I was so I tried to start. You can see all this part here. This is the player stuff. Yeah, I'm also working every day. But sometimes I do have some time over, so and today is one of those days. Proper wage slave behavior. Yeah. I will say I do have a little bit more freedom, which is very nice. I can work if I work focused focus work, and they're happy, I'm happy, everything is good, then I get I get some extra time, I can do something else. So yeah, that's my reward. I get to work on this, which is extremely nice to have it like that. And yeah, so I was trying to, yeah, you can see this is all the players state here. A little bit more here. I was trying to make this into a state machine like I did with other stuff, but I quickly realized that there's a lot of things going on here, and also before, like, things that have happened in a specific update, like time or phase, like the input, for example, checking the input to jump or walk or something like that, could now happen in here instead, because right now the player system is it's also very divided into different places. So we have the play component here, we have some things happening in a thing called the player system, and we have the input stuff, which here it sets you're setting state to walk and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different places where things are sort of happening with this player component, or the player, basically. Yeah. So and as I was trying to, so everything is kind of like spaghettied in like a mess right now, basically. Well, yeah, basically. And as I was trying to make a state machine, which is this one here, as I said, I quickly realized that there's gonna be a lot of work getting this into this format, and also stuff like things happening at the same time. So you don't just have one state, basically. You have more state than one. You basically because you can attack while you're walking, for example, or while you're idle, or while you are jumping. Well, we don't really have a jump state, but that. So I'm trying to figure out how we could do this in a better way. Here, so but I might put this on hold for now, and just have this idea in the background until I feel like, okay, maybe I've in the subconscious come up with something, or in a dream or something like that. Something that will make this fit, because I'm pretty sure we could make the player behavior put in this format, but right now I think it's kind of lacking some sort of structure to make it fit better, I feel like. So I mean, it looks pretty good as it is now. It's just that there's some concepts that's sort of missing here. Like, yeah, you do walking, you could exit, duck by walking, I guess, stuff like that. But I would have to sort of rebuild the entire thing, and it's a lot of things, so it's gonna take a lot of time. So I just made this sort of prototype thing here, but I will leave this and maybe come back to that later, because right now I want to focus on other things. So what I actually want to focus on, so that was what I'm not gonna do, is making more monsters, making, I improve the gameplay, making more like abilities for the player. Like, I need to sort of brainstorm, or maybe not brainstorm, but I need to both brainstorm a little bit of abilities, because I've done that a lot, but I'm not happy with most of the things that I've come up with together with my brother, who's also, like, sometimes we brainstorm a little bit on the ideas. And then what is it? Yeah, so wait, I totally lost it now. I'm gonna go and grab a cup of coffee. Be right back. So where were we? Some weird reflection on the screen. We have a bright sun today. Yes. So I want to focus. Yeah, I want to focus on gameplay, combat, basically like new enemies, or yeah, just experimenting with that. Now that we have sort of the state machine system in place, and I'm trying to build out that whole concept, and now we've got something in place there. I want to try and use it now to expand on, like, try experimental things. Oh yeah, and yeah, the player abilities. You know, I've been thinking a lot about that, and trying to fit in with the theme, and you know, my idea for like the story, or like the backstory, and you know, the world and everything, how it works. I'm kind of thinking that, okay, well, it's not gonna be super important to have it like fit 100%. The most important thing is the gameplay, and if you're gonna have to, you know, suspend your belief for a little bit, that's fine. So, well, my point was that I need to do both brainstorming of more ideas of abilities, upgrades, you know, combat abilities and stuff like that. But also, I need to put a system in place for basically, you know, casting magic and stuff like that. So, yeah, so that's you know, two approaches to it. And then if I don't have any good ideas, I would just implement something very simple, like, you know, throwing a fireball or something that will be, you know, in place for the system to work. So, but I was thinking more now to do monsters. Just keeping to the original sort of gameplay. Like right now, well, yeah. So I'm not gonna think about future upgrades in mind of these with these enemies. I'm just gonna think about, okay, what kind of enemies could we have with the basic, you know, system here. Okay, and yeah, something weird happened last time with the stream, so I have to redo some stuff. I think there's the window there. Yes. So here's one test enemy. It's basically like, it's walking around just like any old thing. When you get close enough, it's going into aggro state, and then it just follows you around, and that's it. Then it ends. Then basically that's where the state ends up, until you can hit it as well and kill it. Then it goes into dead state or destroyed state or whatever. And if we look at that monster, I think it's called like test monster 1. We can look at the state machine here. It's very simple. We basically have two states, walk and aggro. And right now they are super simple because this particular monster doesn't really have any graphics or anything. So the only thing we're doing is, yeah, we're not setting any animations or anything. We're just moving. Yeah, we're just having the default walk behavior. And if you're in range, then it's gonna go into aggro mode. And then it's gonna, yeah, always face the player and walk towards the player. That's all that happens. And then it can't really get out of aggro mode either. So, well, you saw that when the player jumped up to, like, we aggro this guy and we jump up here. Now it's like stuck down there because it's always trying to follow, like, match the position, but it can only move like horizontally. So I'm thinking probably, like, okay, I'm getting a lot of Silk Song in my head right now because I've played Silk Song a lot now. I'm not sure how far in I am, but I've been playing a lot recently because I don't want to get spoiled on YouTube when you get a bunch of screenshots and stuff. So I'm trying to push that out of my head while making this game because I don't want to, you know, copy that gameplay I want to make something else. Well, I don't want to make something that sort of, oh, but this feels just like Silksong or Hollow Knight or whatever. I want to make something that is, you know, a little bit different. So I'm trying to not think of terms in that. So what could we do to improve this here? We could. So what my thought was there, that I could add sort of it having sort of attacks, because that's how it works in Silksong. It's like it stands here, it makes an attack. If you're up here, it's gonna, maybe it's still in, it loses sight of you, so it's still in aggro mode, so it's still like worked up, so it like, it could also go out of aggro as well. If it loses sight of you, it goes out of aggro as well. So yeah, so there's a bunch of different ways you could do it here, but I feel like let's well, one really simple thing could be to say this: if we're not in distance anymore, let's make this like twice or something. And that would be like distance, so even if you jump up, it might still follow you around. But if you escape its distance there, it will get back to walk. Yeah, sure, fine. I would like a faster way to test this. Maybe I should run this in Linux. Okay, well, maybe 2 times the distance was too much. I'm not sure. Yeah, I really wish this would be, the compilation would be faster now. Whoops. It still feels kind of weird that it like locks in. It also doesn't get knocked back. I need to fix that. So we have something called the common, what is it? Common or default damage behavior. I mean, you should really have like both of these, like default damage behavior. I think that also has like death. Yeah. So default damage behavior. Apply knockback is true. This should be false, because we don't really have any animations or anything. Yeah. And this returns a bool. If it's true, that means something. I forget. I should really have a comment for that. Or change it into an enum or something. So it's true if what? If it's, so if it's dead is false. If it's not damaged, it's false. So it's true if it's damaged, I guess. Also, this doesn't check for death. I see. Well, where's the default like death thing? Let's go here. Oh, I guess we're doing this. Oh yeah, because the animation for death is handled in somewhere else. Right. I should really change that now, actually. This should really happen here instead. So we have this on death somewhere. Yeah, so basically, I mean, this works as well, I guess, but I would like to move the control of death to the state machine system now. I mean, it's sort of two systems kind of battling over control here. We have basically the ECS system has all the, like, the philosophy there is to have components as data, systems with logic that is kind of coupled with the components, but it could also encompass multiple components together to do stuff. And I mean, yeah, that works. And but the state machine system is basically the way that I've done it now. Is basically, yeah, it has like control over the entity, and it controls everything. So it has like, it controls animation, it controls what sounds to play, when to do everything, and everything basically. Everything is like getting a little bit away from the ECS philosophy, I feel like, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it shouldn't work. I feel like it's working together with the ECS system to do things. Like, what you have to think about, okay, what is the state machine system actually describing? And what I'm thinking about is, basically, it's determining the behavior of the monster. Well, what does that mean actually? Because we are setting animation, we are setting animations based on the state, except for the death animation, which is done here. Well, actually, it's done in the death system, because the death settings component has a death animation set here, and then the death system looks at all the death components, which means that they have now died, basically. And we're looking at, wait, where is the, yeah, okay, here is another one, another event listener for death in the ECS system. So this is basically setting a bunch of stuff, and this is universal, but we do have some settings you can set, so it does happen for all entities. And if you have death settings, we do some additional things here, like setting no gravity, because the animation is gonna play something that shouldn't be affected by gravity. Yeah, and we have the animation set here for that. So that is like, it's kind of, yeah, fragmented a little bit. So when you're thinking about, okay, the state machine, well, sometimes, yeah, it sets, like here we are setting, no, wait, where's the, okay, yeah, this guy only has one animation and it's walk, so that's why we're setting the animation here on spawn. But yeah, its job is also to set the animation, do other stuff that's not handled by other systems. And you have to sort of remember that, okay, well, death is handled somewhere else, so we don't need to do that. Yeah, so it's handled in some other way. Dead here basically just means that we don't continue to update, or we don't do anything in the update function for this monster. So it's kind of like a little battle, like, yeah, I want to have total control here, but I don't also have total control. Well, I might not want total control, actually, because there might be things like that that may be better to be handled somewhere else. And you can still set what death animation you should have, if you should have a death animation, if you should have a death sound, if you should set it or whatever. And you can still do stuff in the dead thing. Like you can still make things happen here if you want. So you basically have total control. It's just that you don't have to explicitly set the animation to whatever. But you do set it. You do say it. I think it's in here. We set the death settings here. Okay, we have default death settings. Yeah. So this is the default settings. We have an animation called death in the actual animation for that monster. So everyone has this animation called death, which is different for each one, of course. But then we have this sort of sound, which doesn't really work the same way because we don't have like a sound. The death animation is basically taken from a collection of animations that is for one monster only. But the sounds are actually not grouped that way, so we can't sort of just say, yeah, play the death sound. We don't have like a collection of sounds. I think maybe we will do that later. Like we'll make a sound container or something that is gonna be like connected to an entity type. And then you could refer to basically same thing here like death, and it would pick the whatever sound is labeled death for that entity type. So that's probably a good way to go there, because then you don't have to, yeah, then it's just gonna pick by context. You don't have to set it explicitly for each. In the code, at least you have to set it in the editor, which makes sense. Okay, yeah, that was a little revelation there. And then you also, yeah, stuff like drop on death, like that's also defined like in sort of the monster options and not in the state machine. So it's kind of a mix of different philosophies, I guess. But I do like it. I do like the state machine because it really works well describing the state, and then yeah, sometimes we have to do some side effects, but it works pretty good, I would say. Right now, at least. We'll see how it works, like in the long run, how it will develop here. But as you can see, this is an entire state machine for this monster here. We have the default spawning behaviors. Then we have like when we're spawned, we set the state to walk. This is basically the initialize function when the monster is first like spawned. We set the animation to walk, that's it. We have walk, which calls default behavior, which is like we're checking if we're dead. Then we set the state to dead, and then we don't do anything. We have the default damage behavior, which checks for damage, applies knockback and stuff. We have the default walk behavior. So yeah, it's you know, if you've never seen this before, I think also I want to start moving these things out. I only want states in here, and on spawn is basic. It's also moved out. It doesn't have to be public either. I don't think any of these needs to be public. This one does need to be public there, yeah. And that one. Because I wanna have the only sort of actual states in here, which is walk and dead. And there were these ones, which is, I think this one is not even used, so we can remove that. And then we can actually say that one is used. Now I don't think we need this. Yeah, we can just say that now. There we go. So you know, the ultimate description of this is pretty simple here, but it is kind of a little bit hidden. We have this default spawning state, which almost a share, and then we have, but you can go in and look at everything, so there's nothing hidden really, and everything is accessible from here, so you don't have to jump through a million different places to find out, or you know, you don't have to like do detective work, I should say, in order to find out what the state machine is doing. Everything is from within the state machine. It's to find out what the initial function is, you just go here, and there it is. We're waiting to spawn, and so we have this default behavior. If this is true, that means that we should now initiate the spawning and play the spawn animation and things like that. And we can even have like an on spawning start hook if we want. And what is default waiting to spawn? Well, we're checking if the distance is less than some spawn distance threshold. If it is less than that, well, if it's not less than that, we return false. So basically, yeah, the player needs to be in range for the spawning to start. We start an animation, so we do all this, and this could also be like put in some sort of config option. Like spawn is basically universal for all monsters, so that works. This one is, I mean, it kind of is universal right now. I should probably change that. Well, we can do the same thing we're doing with the animations. We can do this with the death sound. We can do it here as well if we have like a group sound group for each entity type. And here we have set state. Yeah, we're setting the duration of the state. All right. Yeah. Anyway, so let's see. But here's that monster, and what is that I was thinking about actually? I was thinking like, do we need a death state? Well, it's gonna get destroyed anyway. But to make things complete, I think we're gonna create one here. And yeah, and that was what I was thinking, like if we're dead, we return and we set the state to dead. And we need to do the same thing over here. So this is kind of like the common behavior here, this dead part. The damage behavior is also common. Oh yeah, I should add this comment here, like returns true if entity was damaged. Why am I not getting this? Oh, there we go. It's not showing up here though. Oh, it's like all the way on the bottom. Okay. So if we were hit, well, that's fine. We don't really care. We're still gonna carry out the thing. Now, this is now the common behavior. So we'll move this out into a thing called common behavior. And what we usually do is we have an event. So common behavior event, and we could be dead, or we could be hurt, but we don't really care about being hurt, but I guess for completeness sake we could have that. So now we could have a return an optional common behavior event, and so here now we return dead, here we return hurt, and here we return null. Okay. Oh yeah, and then we set this to state machine dead. There we go. Now this needs to be public, I think. Okay. And now here we say if common behavior, and we get an event here, and we can switch on the event, and we can say, okay, if we're dead, we just return. If we're hurt, we don't care, we don't do anything. Yeah, and that's our common behavior. So now we can copy this, put it here, and have it the same in there. And what's good about this also is, like, if you have a state where, let's say you want an invulnerable state or something, you just don't call this here. Now we still need to sort of maybe add invincible components and stuff, because the health system is still gonna damage the entity and the death system is still gonna destroy the entity. So if you actually want an invulnerable state, if I want to add that, I actually have to sort of add, well, just as an example here, let's say we're shielding or something, I don't know what to call it. Now this is actually a struct instead, where we have two functions. So we have a pre-function, which is called when we're transitioning into the shielding state. It's called one time, and then we have the update function, which is called every frame. So this one is called first, and so what we'll do is we will say add invincible, right, and then we will set some sort of we will set some sort of duration. So this would be like shield duration, and we can define that up here as a constant. So this will be like in seconds. Let's do like 2 seconds or something. All right, and then you will say, okay, if the state has ended, which means the duration is up, we will set the state back to like idle or something. Now what is, there's some weird, oh, there we go. Or what is it called? Oh no, not idle, walk. All right. And but when we exit the shielding state, we can we call this post function, and this one's basically, well, we just remove the invincible component, and yeah, that's it. And what you also could do is we could, well, we don't have a way of checking if the player tried to attack here. We can only see if the player actually did damage. But if you want to have some sort of, you know, different effect happening if the player attacks an invincible target or something, but it could be different for each monster, well, we could set it, we could have it here. We could have like common invincible, like monster utils, common invincible behavior, basically. And so that would that we could encompass that here, and that could be sort of copied to all of the monsters that wants to have a invincible behavior. But now we also have total control, so we don't have to adhere to the common invincible behavior, but we could call it if we want to have the same as everything else. So that could be something there. And how do we enter this shielding? Well, it could be when we aggro, when we're in aggro state, and we could have maybe some sort of cooldown. Maybe when the player is even, if the player is within very, if the player is very close, we set this to shielding. And also note here that aggro and walk has the default walk, and the aggro also has the face player. Shielding doesn't really have anything, so it's just gonna stand still. That's what's gonna happen, basically. Also, and even here we could also like well, I would like to have like a set velocity, so I'll create it. So we'll do get so we'll set the velocity to 0, and yeah. So it stops in its tracks, and it will go into shielding mode. And we will also return it because we don't want to do the walking thing after that. Okay, so it goes to the shielding mode. Now here we set the duration to that. We could also get the state, the like custom state here, and we can say, okay, shielding cooldown ends at, and then we can create a timer, which is gonna be, I don't know, shielding cooldown. So let's set that to something, 4 seconds or something, I don't know. And then you will, oh, we have all these up here, apparently. So this is like the old way we did it. Everyone has done this, so I'm not sure why it's still, and can aggro is not even used, so, and this is also not used. Well, yeah, it is, okay, but now we can do this instead. walk speed. All right. Max health should be over here. It's not even set. And this should be that. I mean, I guess we could still have this. All right, now okay, so we have this thing here. Yeah, so we need to add it as a field. So let's add shielding cooldown is a timestamp. We will start at 0 or ends at, yeah. So it will be available at the start, I guess. Now I usually have like an init function for these things, where you could have things like properties and stuff that comes from the editor. Oops, init function, and it returns a test monster. There we go. And we could grab the timestamp here and say that, no, actually no, because we don't have the spawning. Well, okay, whatever. Let's just do this, fine. And now we have to add this as a component there. So now we have that state in the ECS system. Okay. Oh yeah, you need the context. Right. So now this turned blue, which means the shield, the component the field exists there. And what we can do here is we can say else if has or timer is timer expired. There we go. And we will get shielding as at. If that has expired, we will wait, we don't need to do anything. It's not gonna expire in here anyway. Okay, I was thinking of something wrong. So this is in the shielding state, yes. So we're not supposed to get in the shielding state here if the cooldown is still up. So we need to get the entity state here basically. So get that, and we need to check if this timer has expired. Now we could make this into a function to say should activate shield or something. Put this down here. Return a bool, and we will return. I will do this just because it becomes more readable because of the limitations of the now wait, if the timer hasn't expired, we return false. Okay, I'm not sure if what is good here actually. There's so much text going on. Also, monster is not defined here. If the timer is not expired, we shouldn't activate the shield. If the player distance is... Yeah, I'll do this just to have it the same... you know, same pattern here. We return false. We return true at the end if we met the requirements. Okay. And so now we have that. Okay, so that is now dependent on the cooldown. So now we basically have a shielding state. And we are adding invincible, so that makes it so that you can't damage the thing. Yeah, so let's try this out now. So we should get close to make it aggro, and then it's gonna shield. When we're even closer. I guess what we could do is also do a little, like a debug. Oh. Well, that was quick. Oh yeah, and we don't also not like barely, we're not really, oh, we're just setting the state to walk. That doesn't make sense. Right, so that's why. So yeah, we basically, this update function, we haven't really done anything with it. Yeah, we set the state to walk. When should we do that? Well, we should do it if the duration is up. There we go. So now I can't hurt it. It's gonna now we have like knockback as well, except when it's shielding. Also, what I think we could do here is we could say, because there is a thing. Let's go to test. Let's go to the boss. And draw something. So we do have this thing here. We can draw a thing. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna add a convenience function in state machine utils. So basically, it's like a debug drawing system here. So every frame you can add, draw things, and we need a key for a string key here for whatever it is. The wait, why do I need that actually? Well, we have this draw list, which takes everything, and we're also deinitializing, so we're throwing it away. I'm not sure why we actually need the keys at all, because we're just looping through the values. Okay, well, anyway, this function, we add a draw thing. So basically a draw thing could be a rectangle, it could be anything that we can just, you know, supply with data here, and it will, you know, draw a thing. So what I want to add is a circle thing, I guess. And I'm not sure why it should really be called thing here, but whatever. And I am gonna just say radius. I guess we can also do this. And the color Yeah, so it's basically just for debugging purposes to quickly get things up that you can see what's happening basically. So we're drawing a thing, we import the thing here, we draw the thing, and then this is the thing here. So thing is right, isn't it dot sig? There we go. Okay, anyway. Now we can use this more conveniently here. So we can go here and we can say in the update function we can just say, because this is run every frame the draw things are cleared. So we have to, if we want to draw something with the draw things system, we have to basically add it every frame. So now we can say draw thing, and it's gonna be, so this only happens during the shielding state. And so this would be like, I don't know, shielding. I should really remove this key because it doesn't really make sense. And it's gonna this is gonna collide with other, you know, other test monsters if you have multiple. Thing is gonna be a circle. Radius. It's gonna be like hitbox. Width or something. The sol is true. Color, I'm gonna say blue or something. There we go. Alright, so now we just need to do support this here. So here we draw stuff. I'm gonna copy that. So we're using Rayleigh now here. And we have draw circle. Circle V probably. We wanna have, so this should be, oh yeah, we need a center point, of course. Center is a vector. There we go. And that is going to be hitbox. No. Wait, we should already sort of have the center. Okay, let's do this. We'll go state machine utils. I think what we're gonna do is we wanna get position. And we'll return get the body on position. Well, this is like, why didn't, okay. All right, there we go. Now we have the center, we have the radius. Let's go back to the draw here. So this should be this So we have vector and radius and color. So this should be the center. This is the radius. Oops. And then we have color. And here, now this is interesting. We have like lines, sector lines. Okay, I think it should be this one. And so same thing here. We should have the center. Oops. What comes after that? Radius, color. That's it. What about thickness? There's no setting for thickness here. Strange. Okay, I guess we don't have that. Alright, anyway. Now we're drawing the shields. Now we should see that it's actually shielding as well. Not sure what's going on with LSP as usual. At first when I got it working, it worked flawlessly for a while, but then it started acting up again and I'm not sure what's going on. Pretty sure I should have it. Yes. Okay, well, anyway. Where is my game here? There we go. There you go, it goes into aggro, now it goes into shielding. There we go. And now, what's cool also here is what you could do sort of like a, when it exits the shielding, maybe it's gonna do a surprise attack or something. So we can do a, what would this be called? Like turtle attack. It's attack because it's attacking from a turtling position. So we'll have a pre-function. And what we could do here is we could apply some sort of acceleration or something like that. Or velocity, like impulse or something. So I will make another convenience function here, which is like apply impulse. Which would just call this function there. Just for convenience here. Apply impulse, and then this would be okay, so the thing is that we need some sort of vector. So we need a or some sort of magnitude. So we need like turtle attack strength, or not strength, but well, speed maybe. And I don't know what to set it to, so I'm just gonna pick an arbitrary number here. But here we do need to do, we need to sort of apply direction onto this. I'm gonna explain what that means in a second here. So we need a vector with only x, which is the strength or the turtle attack speed. Okay. Alright, so we're creating a vector with that only has x, and y is going to be 0. Now we have another function called apply direction, which doesn't exist yet, but what it means is it's going to take a vector and produce another vector, and we're gonna get the direction of the entity, and then we're gonna return direction dot apply v. And what that basically does is it takes the x component of the vector and it flips it depending, because direction can only be like left or right in this game. So if it's left, it's gonna flip the x axis. It's gonna, yeah, that's it basically. Yeah, so it's basically what it means is it's gonna attack in the direction that the monster is currently facing. And also I wanna face the player as well first. So we're facing the player, then we are doing sort of the attack move here. And we could also set the duration to be turtle attack duration. Oh, it's misspelled. Let's set it to, I don't know, 1-2 seconds. Okay. Now we need a update function. An update function. If we have ended our state, that means we need to do something else. So let's get back into aggro, I think, because we're not attacking if we're not in aggro mode. All right. We can also take like behavior and die stuff, so we should copy the common behavior thing. Right. And yeah. And then we go back to aggro. Yeah, that should be good. So now, okay, when we exit the shielding state, we're not going to walk, we're going into turtle attack. However, that could also be depending on if you're how close you are to the player as well. So we could also okay, let's just check if this works first. Apply direction. Oh yeah, we need context. Okay. Maybe, just a hunch, this was way too low. I think, yeah, what the problem usually is that we account for the mass of the entity, and that is usually pretty large because of I'm not sure what unit it's in, but what I usually do, I just times this by the mass. And I'll make a convenience function for that as well. We'll do like here. That's an F32. Dot S mass. It's a function. Yeah, because we're storing density and area, I guess, or volume. Expected. Oh yeah, you need context, of course. Let's see, where should we cut this off? Here, maybe? I don't know. Whatever. Man, playing Silk Song and other games really colors your mind with that stuff. Okay, yeah. So maybe, yeah, we need to add a little bit more strength there. Let's make it like 3 times more. I was gonna do double, but we'll see. Maybe it's too much. I can't wait until they fully implement the compiler in Windows. Yeah. Okay, so what we need now is we need to tweak this a little bit. I'm gonna do... It just feels way too Hollow Knighty, but I'm gonna increase this by the turtle attack duration so we actually get the cooldown proper. I'm also gonna probably extend it maybe a little bit, maybe, not sure. I could also increase the health at this point, maybe, I'm not sure. I'm even trying to do like the moves that you can do. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So yeah, that's this is kind of how we can work with this system here. All right. Great. So that is kind of, yeah, I mean, that could be like one of the simpler maybe ones for that. Okay, yeah, but then wait, I want to see. Yeah, and now I can just do that. So we'll tweak this down. Let's go to 1. Also, I can add this. Like, I'm still not happy. Let's see, when you do this, I'm not sure what to do here actually. So when you aggro, you go up here, then it's like locked below you. Maybe you could check the Y. I think, I mean, again, if we draw parallel to like Hollow Knight, I think what they do is basically either they have like moves that make them go past, or they just walk maybe like past. Like you set a direction first, then they don't actually change direction maybe in each frame like that. So we could, but maybe until you are in range or something. So we could have where's the thing here, the face player. So we could have an if here, if if we are in distance range, aggro face player distance. I'm just gonna say it's the same for now. But we do wanna yeah, but yeah, that's gonna trigger facing the player at first as well. Yeah, but when we're up here, okay, so that's still, huh? Okay, well, let's do like over 2 maybe. And okay, I'll do this times 2 there. That should be fine. Maybe. Well, no, let's go back. 0.5. I don't know. Aggro plus it. So yeah. So what? Oh yeah. So what I was thinking here is like aggro should now be a. It should have a pre-function as well where we do face player. And then this guy is going to be the update function in here. All right. So now it's going to like, yeah, face the player, then go towards the player. But if the player is up here, it's not gonna lock. And if it goes, all right, cool. Yeah, so that I mean, I feel like this system here works pretty well. I mean, at least from, like, if I was trying to do this in the old system that I had, which was, you know, a mess. This was gonna take so long to actually do, and you do a little tweak in here and there and stuff. And so, yeah, and just adding more states just thinking about what they would be. Here is just so simple because you just start out with a blank function, a blank slate, and just put stuff in there. And it's so easy to tweak stuff and add more stuff. And oh yeah, what if when we exit shielding, we want to do something else? So that we just set it to attack, and we have a new thing now called attack. So yeah, that was pretty simple. And if we want to add more things like a jump attack or back, it's gonna sort of avoid the player attack or something like that, and then do a counter attack or something like that. It just feels like it's so easy to just add more things in here to make a more complex behavior. So I really like this system for this specific purpose here of creating a state machine for the monster behavior. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, this is a perfectly, you know, acceptable, I guess, monster. Like right now, this is like one of the more complex monsters that I have right now. I think my most complex one is Kleet, which has like 3 different attacks, and a jump, and a walk, and an idle, and an aggro state. So there's like, it's pretty complex. And then we have the standing, which is also a little bit different. Yeah. Okay, what I'm trying to think like what to do now. I mean, I could try and make another monster, I guess. Yeah, let's just start over. Where is that thing? Is it this one? Yeah. Alright, so let's create a new monster. So now the process of creating a new monster is pretty straightforward. We could go in here, make a new thing, test monster 2 or something. Maybe I should name it something better. Sure, default stuff. We go back into the debug scene. We drag this guy in here. So let's put this guy in here, and maybe we'll put you up there or something. Okay, and that's our monster there. Now we need to create it in the code. So we'll go over here. I'm just gonna search for the first one here. Well, you know, either what I usually do is just take one existing one, copy paste, which should work well here because they are kind of similar. And then we just I just clean this everything out here. I'm gonna keep walk and dead and the common behavior, and we don't have a cooldown, and we don't have this stuff here. So maybe this doesn't even have an aggro state. And this should be test monster 2. Everything else here should be basically the same thing. This should be renamed. And when I have a state machine, I usually have an initial function. But now, yeah, I can just set it to walk like that. So I usually say initial there, which we could do here as well. Oops. Initial. All right. So now we have test monster 2. Now we need to add it here. Now, next step is to add it over here. Test monster 2. And over here. And here. And that's it, I think. Now we're done adding the monster, so we can try and start this. Nope. There's something missing. Wait. Did I name it incorrectly? Yeah. So the name is like camel case. Here it's okay. There we go. Okay, there we go. So now we have this guy. He's just walking around, and that's it. With a you got aggro. Okay, so this guy's just walking around. So yeah, so that's it. Now we have a new monster there, and we can start working on it. So what do we want to do? That's the question now. Excuse me. Okay. What do we want to do? I was thinking of, could I want to have one of those that jumps? It could have like a jumping thing. Maybe it could be like this. It jumps, and if you hit it, it sort of lunges forward in a jump. If you hit it, it's gonna sort of abort and get stunned. But you have to sort of time it well. Okay. And that could be it. So it could be walking around. If we are in some sort of distance here, so let's do like attack, this attack, distance threshold or something. We will set the state to attack. I will have a pre-function here. Oops. And update. Okay. So what's going to happen in the pre is we're going to apply some sort of impulse. And again, this is going to be apply direction. Also, we're going to face the player, I'm pretty sure, as well. And I can't stop imagining monsters from like Silk Song right now, but I'm trying to block it out. Okay, so we're applying direction. We want to have the, well, attack vector, I guess. There we go. Now, if we are, and then we, yeah, and then we need a duration as well. So attack duration, and here we're gonna check if the duration has ended. We're gonna set the state back to walk. All right, and yeah, so this is also here. We have the common behavior now. We could use this now, the common behavior, because we're checking if we're hurt, right? So let's put this first, and if we're hurt, we should actually abort we should sort of... The knockback has already been applied, right? Here. We're applying a knockback, which that's a bit more complicated than I thought. But we're basically producing a knockback vector and we're applying that. So what this is checking the distance, or I guess the direction to the player. It's gonna be knockback like away from the player. Right. And we have some knockback strength. So this really, what we would want to do is we want to have a knockback, but we also want to sort of nullify the velocity before as well. So once you hit this thing, it's gonna be stopped in its tracks, basically. I think we could, yeah, I mean, if we just do set velocity. Okay, this was in monster utils, so I think I'll move this to state machine utils instead. Yeah. And now this, well, it's there. Okay. So we'll set the velocity to 0. And we will go into, I think we're going to like a stunned state. Actually, this could be part of the stunned state, actually. We'll do a pre-function set velocity to 0. And we have an update function. And we'll set some sort of duration to be stunned duration. And we'll check. Then we go back to 4. Okay, but then we also want to have we want to have the common behavior as well. There we go. Except if we're hurt, we don't, because that's a stun lock. So we just don't do anything if we're hurt. Now what we could do is we could add a little indicator to indicate that we're stunned. So let's go to this and we'll say dropping. If we're stunned, we will draw. Add a little circle. I was thinking like an ellipse. I don't know. Let's just say something here. Okay, so we have a bunch of these things we need to figure out. So what is the so the attack distance? What are the distances? This is aggro 100. So this could also be 100 then. Okay, what else do we have? Attack vector, duration, stun duration. So this would be interesting because this, well, we don't really have the mass yet. However, we just get the mass. Okay, so what is the attack vector? So we wanna, well, what we can do is we can rotate some vector to, I don't know, pies half the circle. I want to be slightly up from right, so basically over 2 is 90 degrees, right? Over 3, no, over 4 is 45, so over 8 maybe, right? Okay, we got attack duration. I'm gonna say 1 second. Stun duration. I'm also gonna say like 1 second. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Oh. No, this is a vector. Wait, we know that's a vector. Why is this? Do I need to like? Do I need to do this? Oh wait, I think I need to do this. There we go. Okay, what else is going on here? Oh yeah, now I need to change that. There we go. Okay. Well, it seems to. Okay, yeah, the stun works at least. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So this should actually be like only X, and then the attack speed here. So attack speed. Well, yeah. Let's just try. Let's try like 500. It basically feels like I'm recreating monsters that I have in my mind, which is occupying because I'm playing another game. Whoa. Okay. Oh yeah, we should have an attack cooldown as well, yeah. Okay, yeah, but that's easy to add. We just add attack cooldown ends at. set it to 0. Start with. We will. Thank you, Luch Labs, for the follow. Thank you very much. Welcome. Let's see. What am I doing? Wait. Okay, I totally, I totally messed this up. Yeah, I totally lost my thread there. The speed, yeah, why is it not like going upwards? Is my question here. Let's try over 4. Perhaps. Yeah, it's just. Oh yeah, I was doing the cooldown. That's right. So we should have like an attack cooldown. This I'm gonna put to 3 maybe. And when we start an attack, we will also get this guy and set the attack cooldown ends at to be attack cooldown. Or yeah, we need to create a timer like this. Here we go. And we need to check here. Let's change this into should attack. And we'll put a function now here, should attack. Now this is a common pattern that I found is like we have these functions here. If we're not in range, we will return false. And we also need to get the guy and check if the timer has expired. If it hasn't expired, oops, we return false. Okay, so that's, we should attack if the timer has expired and if the distance is less to the attack distance threshold. And then we do the attack. Right. What was it? Oh yeah, and then the, wait. What? Oh, you have to be a 64. Timestamps are in F64s. Okay. What? Yeah, yeah. So the attack vector, like something is wrong here. Let's say let's make it go straight up, I guess. What? Or does it have to be the other way around? Wait, are we pointing down because it's like it's reversed in maths versus computers? Or screens, computer screens. Yeah, now it's like opposite. Okay. So this would be, I think, yeah, pi is 180 degrees, right? So, well, this is a whole thing, and then we subtract the thing that we wanted first, which is this over 8. And I guess I have to say 0.0 here so it doesn't get confused. Right. So So that would be like half of 45 degrees. 22.5 degrees. Yeah. There we go. Okay. What? Oh, wait. I think it's the air drag. Yeah. The air drag. Oh, we have this no air drag thing. Well, it's really not, it's really like friction that is applied when we are, I guess we're not on the ground. What? Where's the air drag actual thing? We're flying, that just means we're flying, like we have the flying tag. That's not the case here. So we should be in here. And then if we have no friction, we don't care. If we're not on the ground, we have no air drag. That means we're in the air and we have no air drag, so we should just continue, right? But here we don't make a difference between ground and air anymore. And we're applying so if we're not accelerating and we're moving really slow, which is the case, well, is it the case? Oh yeah, this is like zeroing out so we don't glide forever. If we're moving really slow, we have like a threshold minimum where we just set the speed to, we don't change the speed basically. Basically we're at rest at this point. And then this is only X. It doesn't really make sense if you're in the air though. But that's gonna change like how the whole game works if we're gonna change this. I mean, what we could do is just apply, we could just add no air drag to this monster here. As it's, actually we could do it as it's attacking only actually. So we could add no air drag. And when the attack is done, in the post function we can just remove it. That's usually how I solve the problems here. Because we still probably want the air drag when it's like, if it's falling down or something like that. Whoa. Okay, maybe that's a little bit too much. Perhaps. Just a tiny bit too much. I think with the air drag it really slows it down. Yeah, that's too much. Let's go back to like 100. Is it too much though? Actually, because you can attack it. It's gonna be stopped in its tracks. Yeah, maybe it's not actually too much. Okay, now it's it's just funny the contrast from what it was before, and it then just does a little. All right, we'll try this. I'll try this and see. Maybe we could add like we'll add a telegraph. Yeah, that works. That works. I could add a little telegraph so that you could see, like, I can actually react to it. But if you don't, if you mess it up, you're gonna get, yeah. That's kind of, yeah, I like it. I will add a little bit of telegraph. So let's add like telegraph duration. I don't know, 0.2 seconds, 0.3. I'm not sure. And we'll add a new state that's gonna be like before the attack. So like telegraph, yeah, just telegraph, sure, why not? And we're gonna have a pre-function. We're gonna set the state duration to telegraph duration. We're gonna have a, we're gonna, yeah, I'm gonna set the velocity to 0. We're gonna face the player, and I'm also going to, in the update function here, add a draw thing, which is gonna be like, I don't know, maybe a circle again, or actually maybe a rectangle. I don't know. Color is yellow. This is gonna be hitbox plus. Actually, we could like get hitbox here. We could add this convenience function. Which will return the world coordinates as well. So this would be get rigidbody.aabb. Okay, get hitbox, and we will scale it down by half or something like that. It's solid, yeah. There we go. So we're gonna draw to show something's happening. And we're facing the player, we're setting the velocity to 0, we're setting a duration. Now we also need to check if the duration is up. And then we set the state to attack. Alright. Now, maybe we skip face the player in attack, because that will make it so that you have a little bit of time to maybe jump over the monster. It's gonna prepare to attack in one direction. So if you jump over the monster in the other direction, it's not gonna jump at you in the new direction. That makes sense. Hello, I'm Vossi. Hello, Vossi. How's it going? Welcome. So now we have the telegraph. This should go into attack, yes. And we don't really need to do anything as we exit the telegraph. So now, instead of doing this, we do a telegraph instead. Oh no, what's happening? Can you hear me? It's going good? Oh, nice. What is happening with this thing here? Yeah, okay, well, I did get this weird thing before. So it's like the process is still running, but there's something weird going on with WSL. It just exited. Yeah, and I had to sort of restart my computer. Yeah, I think it's as you can see here. There's something weird going on. I'm gonna. You can't even exit, or you can actually. What? Input output error. Vim up backup false in your config to fix that. Okay. Well, I think the problem is more to do with WSL, because I think I got this kind of weird error before, and I had to like restart my computer basically in order to fix it. Okay, I will try and fix this. I'll be right with you here with the screen. Because it's like, yeah, now I'm trying to just open up WSL and it's like, yeah, you can't, there's something wrong here. I'm gonna try and shut it down, and then I'm going to try and go into it again. I don't know why it does this. So it's like a really weird error happening. Maybe it's my drive that needs more space. Yeah, I think that's the issue, man. That's always the issue, it seems. I need to I need to delete something. How large is this? Okay, I'll just delete this random folder. There we go. That has to be the issue. Okay, I think I solved it. I deleted some random folder. Now I have a couple of gigabytes. Because it said 0. So okay. 1 second here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. And then go to my editor. Go to the game. There we go. Go in. Source. Resize. 1 second here. All right. Just waiting for this to start working here. No, okay. I'll just do this manually. I have a script for resizing the window to the proper size, but sometimes it just doesn't work. There we go, something like that. To me, it's important to get this right because it kind of affects my number of columns, and I do want to have that the same. Okay, so I think that's the issue. The issue was that, yeah, I've set it up so I'm not streaming the entire display. I'm just streaming like select windows because it's like a mess. So I'm just showing the windows of interest. I'm using Windows, by the way. Okay, let's go. Where? No, this isn't correct. Test monster 2. There we go. And we'll, I guess, recover. Oh, wait! I didn't see this before. I get this highlighting of the color now. Okay. Yeah. So, you know, if you run out of space on your Windows, Windows. I'm using Windows, the operating system Windows, version 11. And this is Linux in Windows. So it's not it's kind of fake Linux, but it is running in a virtual machine. WSL, yes, WSL 2. Well, I guess 1 is like almost deprecated by this point. But yeah, it's a better developer experience. I always develop in Linux, like in WSL, and then I use Windows for everything else, basically. Yeah, no, I think the issue was that I had 0 bytes left in my Windows partition, my drive partition on my hard drive. So it ran into issues. I guess it was trying to, it's using the drive to do stuff, and it couldn't. So I got all these weird errors. Yeah. So keep your drives a little bit of space on them. I always run into this issue. I have 500. I bought new drives, and I have 500 gigabytes on my Windows partition. Maybe I should just stop using partitions, just have one. Because I have one drive with 500 gigabytes, and then I have a 2.5 terabyte with games and stuff. But I am running out of space on both of them. But now I have 3 gigabytes left on my Windows partition. That should be enough for now. Alright. Crisis averted. So that's good, because now I know why it's happening. I'm not getting hacked. I'm not paranoid. Well, I am paranoid, I guess, if I'm believing that. I didn't believe it. I just joked around. But now it's confirmed. And yeah, okay, so that was the issue. Great. And I'd also thought that, oh man, maybe my computer is too dusty or something. I'm getting too high temperature or something. The backup files can be disabled with the option I showed. I recommend disable swap files. Right backup. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it has only gotten in the way when NeoVim crashes. That's the only when they get in the way, basically. So I'd never actually needed to sort of fix that issue. And it's kind of, maybe, I don't know, it's kind of nice if it crashes without saving, and you can sort of recover some of the work, at least. I do have the habit of always saving. I have a tick. I always do this. Do you use Tmux? No. I tried using it, but I don't see the benefit of it for me at least, because I am using like a terminal already here that's called like Westterm. It's a Windows application, but you can connect to WSL and you can connect to other things. You can have Windows terminals here as well. And yeah, does your terminal crash often? No, it doesn't. So that's the thing. I don't feel like it's like worth the time in configuring stuff like that. So, and it's nice to, if it could recover something, then I feel like it's a good thing to have. And it's not really a big issue. Like if I press E, okay, it goes up again. Okay, then I can press D to delete it. So it's not even a huge deal. And now when I open it again, nothing's happened. So Tmax is great. I really like it paired with NeoVim. Is nice. All right, yeah. I mean, I'm not really sure what it's offering me is the issue. Like the only thing that I've seen it being used for is like having multiple terminals, which I already sort of have. So I'm not sure what it will offer me besides that. You can even have multiple terminals like in NeoVim if you want as well, but that's not really good though. NeoVim is not really good for using like one process of NeoVim for several different projects. I don't feel like that's a great experience, but yeah. I use it for different splits per session. My NeoVim is separate to where I run CLI commands. Ah, okay. Well, I just use, you know, if I want to run a CLI command, I just have this toggle term plugin, and I can quickly get the CLI up, run a command. I can, you know, and it's also nice because then I can use the Vim search stuff to grab some text or whatever out of the output and use it in Vim. So I feel like I'm not sure Tmax is for me. I don't know. Like what is it? What is it? Is it only for like having multiple terminals and that you can have splits? Because I feel like if Vim does the same thing, then what do you gain with Tmax? I use it because it's nice quickly switch between sessions, and I have those persist as well. Right, I can see the persistence being cool. But what I do is I have Westterm, which have multiple terminals like this. So this is one terminal, this is another terminal. I'm switching between terminals right now. And then I just go in here. Well, I need to go to the correct place. And then I can open up this, and now I'm in this project. I'm just using. I basically built it to be fast to find whatever you need to find, and not have like a session-based thing that you have. So you always start from scratch. Also, when I'm in NeoVim, I usually don't have multiple windows up at the same time. I usually only have one window, or I can have multiple tabs if I really want to have like a background. You know, I can make tab new, open up the terminal, run some sort of background process there, and I can go back and, you know, do whatever. But I usually always have like one file open at the same time. Yeah. Of course, you can use it sometimes if I want to sort of look at two things at the same time, or if I want to like compare something or copy something over in a different way. Whatever. That's what is it? We'll also use multiple sessions. I can press Control B, Control B S. Control BS, and it brings up a session list where I have different things I need. Notes, working directory, which is oil. Oil is the, I think I remember, it's the file system plugin, right? And then other projects, etc. Right. I actually don't use a file system. I used to use a Nerd, I think it was called, like Nerd Tree. But now I just use the built-in stuff. I'm trying to get better at using the built-in stuff, because then I can sort of, okay, what? Yeah, because it all, I never learned those things. And using, like, you know, built-in Vim stuff. Yeah, so if I really want to go to the tree, I can, or it's, I mean, I guess it's not a tree, it's like a series of lists. I can go in here and I can move around and stuff. And if I want to search for something, I'm using, well, now I quit out of it, but I'm using, like, you know, Telescope for all kinds of searching capabilities. It's true, but I use oil because it's a regular Vim buffer, so it doesn't even feel unnatural at all. Alright, cool. And I'm also trying to keep it lean as well, so I don't have too much weird stuff going on. Alright, so what happened here? Can we run this, or is it? Yeah, I really like that the startup time is very slow, or sorry, it's really fast. Oh, it does. It didn't go. Okay, yeah, I got a couple of issues, as you can see. What is the? I think it's like lazy profile. Wait, it's 100 milliseconds now. What? I had it down to like 20 or something. Because I usually like push things away that doesn't need to be ran at the start. Why is it like so slow? Telescope? Yeah, because wait, I don't need Telescope at the start though. I mean, you can see here it opens up pretty quickly. So it's not like, yeah. I guess it's fine, you know. At least it's not like a couple of seconds or something like that. Okay, so let's get back into this. So well, a couple of issues. The master did not face the player. Well, okay. Oh, this should be telegraph, right? We forgot to change it. Okay, so that was the issue. I bet if you close the instance, relaunch it would be faster. A couple of seconds is still way faster than these smoky IDs now. I mean, yeah, that is very true. I mean, I remember when using like Visual Studio, like the old. Oh my god, yeah. And before they optimized it, like basically the older version would load the entire project in before you could even do anything. So, holy crap. How do you debug? I don't. Yeah, print. yeah, I use printing. So I have a setup, but it doesn't work in Linux. It works in I have to go into VS Code in Windows. So that's a little bit. I tried to set it up with DAP and on Linux, but I ran into so many issues that yeah, I just okay, this I can't make it work, so I will just use VS Code instead, which worked. How long have you used NeoVim and or WSL? Don't remember when I started with it actually. I mean, I have had. There we go. Linux. Before, like as an operating system, so I had like on and off. I've been switching between like Windows and Linux for a very long time, but mostly Windows. I grew up with Windows and stuff, but maybe I started like at least couple of years with WSL. It's just such a nicer experience. I used to have like NeoVim in, or not even NeoVim, it's like a regular Vim in Windows. But as soon as I switched to Linux, it just felt like okay, and now everything fits better. Like installing packages and stuff like that. Everything just works a lot better. If you wanted to have some weird plugin that used some kind of program and you have to install it or something like that, and the terminal and everything, it's just better. Like the terminal tools, getting used to those kinds of things, because it helps in work as well. Right. Yeah, I used Vim first, and then I used like VS Code because it was kind of required in the workplace. But I installed like a Vim motion plugin, and I basically never use editors without Vim motions now, because I can't. Well, I can, but it just feels bad. Yeah, and I'm also trying to, like, I've reached a point where I'm comfortable at the speed, and I could get faster. It can always improve, but I went through like all different phases as well. I went through like, okay, but now I have the time, I have the motivation. I'm gonna just sit down, go through the config of my NeoVim. I'm gonna start from scratch, and I'm just gonna go. My philosophy was that it was gonna be lean. I'm just gonna install what I absolutely need, or think is like a really, really great plugin, like the telescope, for example, and try to get the startup time as fast as possible, and also have done some plugins myself. Like you can see here, for example, I have like different. It's not really important, but it's like it gives a little bit of familiarity here. I have like different color schemes depending on the buffer here. So this, or the file type. So this is like the zig thing. Then I have like a bash script or whatever that is a different style. So I made a plugin that does this. So I'm making my own stuff as well a little bit. Also, I have this, which is kind of like a control tab or alt tab within buffers, sort of in because I felt like, okay, I really want to have something like this. I know that there is a kind of a similar thing like already in Vim with like Control O and I. But I never I really want to get better at like the built-in stuff, because I know that there's so much stuff in there that is could be good to know. But it also at the same time it kind of feels a little bit archaic as well. So, but I do use it quite often actually. I'm using it mostly when I'm working in one file mainly, and then I have to go out to another file, so I go and search for, you know, I don't know, something, the other monster file here that and then I go and do something in here, and maybe grab some code or whatever I need to copy over, and then I can switch back and get back to where I was immediately. And then I can switch back again if I wanna, you know, switch back and forth. So I feel like I'm pretty used to that right now. I'm using it quite often actually. And yeah, so I'm also using this Overseer, which I find is a really nice plugin for executing CLI commands and running the project and stuff like that. I use Control O and Control I for that. Yeah, I know you mentioned it, but for me, I tried having buffer list plugin like that. Basically, never used it. Right, it's called Snipe. Oh, okay. Right. Well, yeah, I was also trying to exercise like writing plugins as well. I will say it's a lot nicer in Lua than it is in Vim script. maybe some people will crucify me for that, but to me Lua makes more sense than Vim script, but that's probably just due to like familiarity. But I know that Vim script sometimes it feels like it's super efficient for some things, but at the same time it's like it's not really, it's more like you know, bash script, which has like a weird syntax, and you have to like basically every construct in the language you have to look up how it looks if you don't like, because I don't feel like having that in my head all the time. Anyway, yeah, so anyway, so this monster now is working pretty good. There we go. Maybe I should have like a spawner that spits out one when the other one is. Okay, cool. Okay, so one thing that I want to do, I want to try out is having this guy like randomly stop a little bit. So you get like this, you move towards it, and then you're anticipating it to reach it at a certain point, but then it suddenly stops and you're like messing up your rhythm or your sort of timing there. So I want to have a random chance of that happening, and probably like a cooldown as well. Well, maybe the cooldown that could be like built in. We'll have this sort of thing here. Should idle, I guess we could have, and then we will simply change our state to idle. And we'll have a function idle. This actually, let's make this into a struct. Okay, we'll update tree. So what I'm thinking here is I want to set the velocities to 0. Then it's just gonna stand around, and I think can set the duration here, and this could be a random duration as well. But I'm gonna set it as a constant. Idle duration is like, I don't know, 2 seconds, maybe 1 point. Let's do 1 second. I always overshoot the durations. Did you become addicted to Vim motions at one point? No, I wouldn't call it addicted, but I've always like tried to, you know, incorporate. Well, there was I had a phase where I was trying to sort of learn more and more. I had the basics, you know, WB, yeah, I mean, I don't really remember exactly when I had a certain thing. Like, I also have this. I know that you can sort of go here. If you're here, I know that you can type W, or I mean CIW if you want to change it. Change that word. But what I do, I have this, because it's so, I is like all the way over at another. So, okay, this is kind of my problem as well. I never get used to using. I'm using the arrow keys. That's the problem. Okay, so I is like way over. I have to move my hand, and then I just miss the button, and all hell breaks loose. So what I do is I just press B, C, W instead, and that works. And it's like, it's just as fast, because it's the same amount of things. But also it's an issue because if you're already at the start, I don't have to do it, so I have to pay attention to that. But I will say this: I actually have custom things. Yeah, custom text. What is it called? Objects. For that incorporates tree sitter here. So, and one thing that I actually found very useful is changing a parameter. So I can change a parameter like this. I have to put the thing in there, but you know, if you had like plus whatever, something like this, I can still, you know, change the parameter, whatever it is, if I want to change it out. So that, I feel like that is a really nice text text object for tree sitter there that I mapped to CAA. And then there's also like swap, so you can swap. That's not useful most of the time, but sometimes it's really useful if you want to swap the parameters. I think that's basically the only text object that I'm using for tree sitter, and I have others like function based, like inner function, outer function, but I don't actually remember now what they are. I think I have like A for tree sitter stuff, or no, A is like around, right? But A, and then I have like function, yeah, but it never works. It's it never works as I want it to work. You see here, it doesn't really work here. As I'm pressing outer function, it removes 2 functions, and it keeps this thing here. So I never use that, but I have it mapped. But the parameter works really well, and it also works if you're standing, like you don't even have to stand in. I guess that's a Vim thing, because if you try to delete something in the parentheses, or in the b, lowercase b, dib or cib, I also use that a lot. I feel like that's a really nice thing. And if you're not standing in, you don't have to stand in here to be able to do it. You can stand out here, which is also a little bit of speed up there. I was using that, but I also used the default Vim motions I found didn't even need the text option because I would already change what I want. Yeah. But I've gotten used to these kind of things now. The parameter one, I'm not using it that much, but when I think of it, I use it. Sometimes I don't think of it, and I use I'm used to pressing like EE to get to the end. I know I can press like capital E or uppercase E to go faster, or you go to the end of the sort of where the next white space, I guess. But I usually, sometimes it feels like when I do this, it takes so long. I also scroll up and down like this. I have sometimes I use this. I press S. I have mapped. What is it called? Flash, I think, and then I can go anywhere I want, and that is really nice, but it also requires a lot of like mind energy or whatever. So it's like, because I'm not super used to it, so whenever I try to use it, I just go like this instead. But sometimes when I think about it, I would like, oh, I just press this so I get down there. So I'm not using it all the time, but I feel like it could be really fast if you learn to use it all the time, but it just requires so much change in how I sort of think about, because I'm usually like, when I do this, I'm already like also thinking about something else. I don't want to, this yeah, I don't know. It just feels like you're trying to do something else. Relative line jumps. Yeah. I can't do that actually, because I've disabled my numbers. So that's actually an interesting thing, because I feel like I've sort of reduced a lot of things that I feel like it's in the way, or it takes focus away. So basically, I don't have any virtual text. I don't have numbers. I have very lean things. I don't even like when the signs come up. Like, okay, this is a new file, so it doesn't have signs. But what for? Yeah, that's what I said. Like, because for me, it just takes focus. Yeah. And I don't want to look at a bunch of numbers. I just want to focus on the task at hand. And I feel like now I've learned to live without the numbers. I know that basically all editors have numbers. Everyone uses numbers. I've never seen anyone not have numbers in their editor. But I just felt like, well, what if I just remove it? It's just in the way. And I just learned to not use them. And yeah, I mean, it works. And that's kind of why I also installed Flash as well, because I felt like, okay, but now what if I want to go to whatever line I'm looking at? Well, I can just press whatever keys are in there and I can go there. And the benefit is also you get to the actual place you want to go. You don't get to the line itself. You get to the actual thing you want to go to as well. So that's even better. No, I can type numbers. Yeah, and I can even go to, if I have a line that I need to go, I know the line number, so I can just, you can do this to go to the line number. So you can still use line numbers, but I don't want to see them because they're taking focus. I wouldn't have done if I didn't use relative line jumps, right? A relative line jumps are useful. Yes, but I feel like Flash does kind of the same thing. I mean, the one thing that Flash doesn't do is search outside of the sort of field of view that you have. You can't search like up above this line here. But I feel like the point of that, like if I want to search for something, I search, either I use the, you know, this search function, the built-in search, or I can use the grep, live grep thing if I want to search for whatever in here. I guess it's true. I don't really use plugins just to change default Vim workflow. I still want to be efficient when I don't have my config. Ah, okay, yeah, I see. I also made my config easily installable wherever, like with tools and everything, I guess, like wherever. So if I need to install my config at a new workplace, let's say, I can oh shit, I can what is it, I can just you know, git clone that stuff, and I can run a script that just sets it up, basically. Oops. All right. Hello. I'm not sure how to say your name. Oh fool, I'm gonna say. No, probably not. Sorry. I just read your name there in Leet Speak or whatever it's called. How much? How much time does a Vim user really save when there's obligatory Vim conversation that have to come with it? I mean, if you're not talking about it, I feel like you're saving. You could save a lot of time, actually. I feel like that's me. I'm you know, I can't go back to using whatever VS Code default stuff. It's like whenever there's a Vim plugin available, I always install it. And yeah, so that's it. What did we do here? Oh yeah, the idle stuff. Okay, yeah. So should idle? Yes. Let's. I guess we can copy this. Should idle. So what I'm thinking here is we don't need this. What I'm thinking is I'm gonna pick okay, we'll do this. Walk is going to have a duration now, so we need a free function, and this is gonna be duration. We're gonna have I guess idle check their cooldown or something like this, and then you will be a update function, right? And so we'll set the duration to that. And what's gonna happen here is when we check idle, we're gonna use this duration if the state has ended. Well, that means that the duration timer's up basically. And so we're gonna say, we're gonna check like if crypto, so there's like crypto random, this is like the standard random, and we're just 50-50 here. If this is true, we're gonna set the state to idle, which needs to, wait, no, that's the state machine, there we go. Which needs to be public, I think now. Right. Then let's return just to have it there. If it has ended, otherwise, or okay, let's just do else here. Otherwise, we will just set this duration to idle check duration again. So we'll refresh the duration, and each time it runs out, it's gonna go in and check for the boolean if it's true or not. Then we're gonna set it to idle, right? So, and then we'll return. Well, okay, we'll return true here, and then we'll return false otherwise. There we go. So if we're idle, we just set it to idle. There we go. Yeah. Okay. And then the idle doesn't actually need to be public either. Okay, yeah, so now we need an idle check. Cooldown is gonna be like, I don't know, 2 seconds or something, I don't know. Right, and in the idle thing, we're just gonna do like the same stuff here, except we're not walking and we don't check if we should attack, but we do check if our state has ended. Oops. If it has, we're gonna set the state back to walk. There we go. So that's a complete cycle there. So now we should like randomly stop to idle. Alright, so now initial we need to actually, okay, now we need to change this into a function, a state function here. And we need to say set state to or walk. Also, I think what we want to do is we want to say when we go out of idle, so over here, we want to pick a random direction as well. So I will do, we have like monster users, I think. Set direction to random. All right, let's see how this works. But yeah, I feel like really like taking the time to sit down and, because that's what's kind of the threshold for me for using NeoVim is my controller doesn't connect now for some reason. Okay, I'll use the, okay, does it work? It looks like it's, there we go, and it changed direction. Okay, cool. Maybe we should have like a max or something. I don't know. Could have a max max walk in a row. 3 or 2. should idle is also, but now we should have, now we need to track that, so we need to do walks in a row. What the fuck? Hang on. There's something weird going on here. Okay, whatever. Let's see. No, walks in a row. So this would be like a, I don't know. It can be, which is kind of cool. You can do like a int fitting in range, and then it's like 0 to max walks in a row, and you will get the exact integer type that will fit for that range. And then we set it to 0. So that's like the most optimal data type for that. All right, and then let's see. Should idle. When we set the duration here we also get. We should get the monster here. Here we should set walks in a row plus equals 1, and then when we go out of walk, we should reset that. Whoops. This is post. So when walk is done, we go out. Oops. No, we set this to 0. That's right. There we go. All right. Now here we're gonna say if it has ended, then we're gonna check, is this equal to max? Then we return true. There we go. So now it's gonna be only doing 2 walks in a row, and then it's forced to do an idle. Okay, now this works here. Yeah. Cool. All right. Awesome. Yeah. I feel like the telegraph is a little bit low, maybe. Maybe it should be like 1 second. I mean, the kind of, I don't like it when monsters, when they do like a sucker punch before you have a chance to learn how they work. But here it feels like, okay, when it starts to do this, you really have to sort of hit it at the correct time. It also kind of depends on how the attack of the player works. Like, if you have an attack where it's, you can basically always, you know, I don't have a button for showing the attack hitboxes. I can enable it though. So enable draw. I think this is the one. So you can see here, there's basically almost no, as long as I can keep this up, there's almost no downtime for this attack. So the monster doesn't really have a window in which it can, you know, get in there. So that might be a balance issue. But then it's like, well, I've been tainted because I'm playing too much Silk Song here. So, or yeah, not here on the stream, but you know, so I'm constantly thinking about how the monsters work in that game, and I shouldn't do that because that kind of taints how I'm thinking about this game. Because there might not be, because in that game it's like you can't really do this. You can't have a constant thing in front of you like this, I don't think. And so what happens is that there's a slight window between your attacks, and the monsters are so fast that they can actually, if your timing is off, they will attack you instead of you hitting them to knock them back a little bit. They can get in to attack you instead. Or if they throw something that you can sort of knock out of the air, let's say. Well, if you can constantly do this, you don't really have to worry about that. But what I'm trying to think about here is like, okay, well, could we keep this so that you can constantly do this, but still, you know, still have an interesting. Because what's happening here is like, yeah, I can just do that and I will guaranteed to stun this guy, you know. So that takes me back to how, you know, you have like Castlevania, where, I mean, that the whip has a cooldown there as well, but that game is like more about, I guess, positioning maybe, of like when you find a moment in time where you can go forward, do some hits, go back, do some evasion, find another spot, you know. So that's the kind of tricky part here. I don't really know which direction I want to go for that. But I feel like I should just continue with what I have here, basically. But also it's like, okay, I'm trying to balance this monster here. So this kind of interaction doesn't really work because it's too easy, I think. Or it could be based on skill, I guess. Like, you don't have to time it, basically. You can just keep on doing this. That's the problem here. So how could we fix that? Well, all right, I'm gonna grab another cup of coffee here. Yeah, that's it feels like such a fundamental thing here to like design the combat around. Because my initial plan was to have more like the Wonder Boy maybe. I'm not sure how many play that, but it's like you basically, yeah, I mean, if you look at the shield, oops, why is it slow now? Okay, we opened up 2, I think. The shield, you can see the shield is like goes up and down, so there's like two modes. Some monsters, like if you're looking at Wonder Boy, let's for example, some like you can have like an upper attack, a lower attack. So depending on what you see, you're gonna do this. I want to incorporate that a little bit more. Now this monster is a little bit different. This is more like a Silksong type monster, I guess, which does this. Yeah, it does a thing, it does a telegraph, it attacks, it jumps at you pretty quickly, so you have to time the attack. Like that's very... I'm being tainted here. Now, what I would do, maybe, is have it have two different attacks. One low and one high, maybe. So it's not enough to see. Well, basically, I want to make it so that you can't just spam attack and kill it easily. So what's gonna happen? It might do a... Okay, yeah. So we'll do a low throw, I think. So it's gonna throw something at the low spot. So you have to duck or jump to dodge it. Okay, so how do we do that? So yeah, I mean, when we telegraph, so here we're gonna pick one, we're gonna have multiple attacks. So how do we do that? Well, I thought about a pattern here actually. So instead of this being just a constant, we could actually make this into a function that takes an attack type that is local to this monster, and we will return a type, and we'll return this struct here. So now we have this thing, attack type Now this, I'll just say this comp time thing. You could do this if there's like minor changes to the actual attack. You could do this. If you want attack to be like a, you know, common thing, this could also be. Well, maybe this doesn't really fit. Well, the thing that's gonna change is instead of doing this, we are going to spawn a projectile instead, right? And we don't do the add drag either. No drag. Right. So yeah, I think that could work. So let's, I'll just make the attack type up here. And it could be either jump, attack, or throw. And so here we can say if attack type is jump, we do this. Otherwise, well, we can do a switch actually. Let's do switch on attack type. Now, since this is comp time, this should be sort of optimized in the code, I guess. I don't really know if it's if it produces like one function for each branch here, but let's say, so this would be yeah, this is jump. And this is throw. Right. I'm gonna think about what's happening in here. I'm gonna get the base thing. We could set the cooldown to the same, whatever. Update still has the same update. Post. Here we basically just, we can switch on attack type as well. Oops. And we can also do, like, if we had jump, we remove that. If we have the other one, which is what? Throw, we don't do anything right now. Okay, so now we have two different types of attacks, and when we set this, this telegraph could also have two different attacks. I'm not sure if this is like a super good pattern, but I'm gonna try it out and see. This is type, we can return destruct. Alright. And now we can, instead of setting it to this, we can set it to attack type like that. There we go. And also we can add a function called random, which gives us an attack type, which is nice because now yeah, you can use dot random when you want to create an attack type. Like if you want to, if you put, yeah, I'll show you later here. But basically, I'm gonna look at a random 50-50 chance we return jump. Otherwise, we return throw. All right. And then when we shoot attack, basically, whatever attack we do is going to be a random attack there. I'll just rename this to telegraph attack to make it clear. So we're initiating an attack. It's going to be one of those things. Yeah, so, and what we could do here is we could change the telegraph to be different depending on the attack type. So we'll do a switch on attack type again. Jump, we do something. Throw, we do something else. This is the jump. And then throw. So what we'll do here is we'll say, well, this could be, I'm gonna say the position is more important than the color for what's gonna happen. So I think what we'll do is we'll put this at the top. So I will add negative whatever is the hitbox, 8, right, and here we'll do +8. All right, okay, so we have two different graphics for the two different kinds of attacks. We are doing different things based on which attack it is. Here, if we are jumping, we do this. Okay, if we're throwing, nothing happens right now, but we want to add end of frame function, which is gonna be some kind of function. This will be like spawn projectile, which we don't have yet, but we're gonna create it. And yeah, so now we just need to create that thing. Spawn projectile. Context. All right, now we do have like utils. I forgot really how we did this, or was it like spawn system? Maybe I forget. Create. No, okay. Let me just search for this here. Here we go. For example, we have this guy. Yeah, let's just copy this. All right. So we have direction. Yeah, the offset. Let's just do this maybe, and then speed. Yeah, and we don't have an animation, so that will be null. We need like projectile speed. I'm just gonna say like, I don't know. Let's say 300 as well. It's the same as the attack speed. All right. And yeah, the size. Oh yeah. So what's the size? Let's just copy that. Okay. All right. Sure. Let's try this. Well. Oh, wait. Where is this happening? Oh, this can't be com time. Okay, yeah. That's not com time. Okay, yeah. Let's remove the comp time constraint here. It doesn't really matter that much. Still complaints. Why? Or does it have to be comp time because it's part of this? Yeah, it returns the type. No, it doesn't. Okay, this is kind of what's confusing here about SIG comp time stuff. It's like, how, like, it would be nice if we could know. I mean, I guess you would know maybe based on the. Okay, so what I'm thinking is maybe because we're returning a type, it's automatically comp time here, but I'm pretty sure you can pass in runtime values here, probably, because it ends up in a known, like it ends up in this like runtime context. So I don't really understand why this would be a problem. But maybe, yeah, maybe it's not possible to do it like that. Maybe it's like during, like it tries to analyze what it could be. Okay, let's bring that back, and we'll do this, and you can switch on it, and you'll do like inline else. You can do this instead, and then we return afterwards. So now it's basically like, okay, so we have two ifs basically here. Like if attack type is 1, we set it to 1. The first one. If it's the other one, we set it to the other one. So it's basically we're converting this runtime type into a comp time known value over here. That's what we're doing here. This is basically expanded into two if statements, as I understand it, where we actually know which type it is. What is happening? I'm just calling the function. I thought for sure this should work. I'm just calling random from in a runtime context here. Zig doesn't reflect the runtime. I know, but you can check. You can have a switch like this to know which one it is based on which branch you're entering. Then you know which one you have. So this T here is gonna be comp time known. But I'm confused. Call that comp time from here. Is this comp time? How is this comp time? Oh wait, did I forget to save or something? I'm not calling. Oh, it's getting called up here as well. Oh, I see. We have the same thing there. Okay, so okay, what I'll do is I'll move this out into like common like I guess check attack behavior or something like that. And we could return a bool, which means it went into the attack. This should be true, and this should be false. There we go. Now we can go here, and we can go. Okay, so this is like if common check attack behavior. If this was true, we will return. Now we can just copy paste this thing over here as well. Okay. What happened here now? Ah, use of underground. Okay, so this is this one to state machine dot. And is it public? No. Does it need to be public? I guess maybe not. Oh, it doesn't need to be public because it's in the same file? Question mark. Interesting. Okay. I thought that they had to be public because it was like outside the struct. But that was seemingly not the case. Okay. So I can see there. Okay, it did a up. Now it does the down. Okay. The spawn, the projectile does not have a graphic. I think yeah. I think it was spawned, but I'm gonna, cause I heard the sound of the shield block. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into, if we don't have an animation, I'm going to, like, at what point I guess I'm just gonna well, here we got yeah, this one does not. Oh, and it's we're adding a component. I see. Yes. So I think if we remove this now. Okay. Yeah. I was just checking for other cases of using this thing. Like if we set something here. So what I'll do is I will do same for test monsters. Like when they are initialized, since we don't have an animation, it is. Setting it up to be like a default fallback texture, and which is happening in here. Right, so here is the animation. Here's the code that runs if you don't have an animation. So I'm gonna remove this. Call this init default texture or something, or fallback is probably a better word, and then we probably have like a context. Options. Right, so we need like a size, and this would be that. context, init scene entity. This is weird, like this is in state machine utils. This should be like, we should get the context here actually, instead. Because now we don't need to pass all this crap. And here we don't say, we can just say this. And this. And that. All right. Oops. Actually, we could just pass context in here as well. Everything is so much easier with that, actually. It was a good refactoring I did. Pat myself on the back. Physics system. Okay. Great. And you are also in here. This could also get a context. Right, so now you can actually be that. And this. I'm trying to consciously think about the Flash plugin now, since we talked about it. Okay, yeah. So now we get a whole bunch of places where this is used. It's also, well, this is where it's defined, yeah. So now we got these things. So I'm gonna, now we have to create the context instead. Okay, 2 parameters did not work. Like if I do delete 2, oh, it did work. Okay, maybe I pressed the wrong button or something. And now we can use context here instead. Yeah, this is a better pattern. But we do need to change a lot of places. But they are pretty similar, so I think what we'll do is I will do this context and go back, search for you, and that doesn't work. 3 there. We'll go back. Whoops. Okay, I will just X that. replace. Okay, let's. Oh no. God damn it. I wonder if this will actually work. Context. And then replace. No. That. There we go. All right. Oh, I didn't understand that. Okay. But this worked. Nice. Okay. Now, I think I'll do this again. So, reg add entity, comma. This will be context add. There we go. Okay, maybe not enforced boss. There's too many things going on here. There we go. I will do this manually here. Oops. And you. Well, maybe it did work actually. We don't need to create the context because we already have it. Okay, was that it? No. You need a context. Instead. Okay, maybe it was pretty straightforward. So this is like the org context, which is that. Can I do this now? Nice. All right. You need a size, right? So that was like options, hitbox, size. I think. Yes. All right. Just a bunch of copy paste. Okay, what? Wait. How was that? How? Okay. Okay, something weird happened there, but okay. I'm just gonna ignore that. I think it's when it's on another line. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna search for registry. I'm gonna do 3. Go back to that. Go there. Go back to that. X. Will it clear out this? We don't know if there is a comma or not. I'm gonna go back to the comma before and remove that just in case. Right, and now we'll do this. Oh, but this is different now. Okay, well, I'll just do this anyway. Whoops, I didn't want to save. Okay, whatever. That's what you get when you stray from the pattern. The best code can be copied around. Then you get even better code. Get more best code. Oh yeah, it even saves now, so I don't have to do that. Oh, this just works as well. Great. Yeah, I don't need to save. Stop doing it. I have this tick. See how good it is when you keep to a pattern, because then you can very easily do these kind of things. How's the Sage machine you're doing working out? I mean, it's going pretty good actually. I actually implemented 2 monsters this stream. Right now I'm just doing like a little bit of refactoring. Because I saw that I could just change. It's not really a huge deal actually. It's a minor improvement, but whatever. All right, so now let's go back. Yeah, okay. So the thing is, now we need to create a projectile. Wait, where? Right. Yeah, okay. So here's the projectile. We go in here. If we don't have an animation, we will do init. Wait. Where is it? Init fallback. Oh, it's in state machine users. Okay. Well, I should maybe. This should probably be just in utils, but oh, okay, whatever. Yeah. So before we had this spawn projectile or init projectile, but it didn't support the default texture. So but now we have like if we don't have a graphics, I'm gonna do init fallback texture, and what is the size? It's just this. Okay. There we go. So now we should be able to see the thing. Yeah, I was trying to like regarding the state machine. I started today by trying to turn the whole player thing behavior into a state machine, but it turned out to be a lot more complex than anything I've done so far, except maybe the boss was very complex as well. But the player actually has like a lot of different states, and it's sometimes like different states can be at the same time, like attack and walk, for example. And it was just, I don't know. I feel like the structure maybe didn't fit well, or maybe we could find a way to change the structure a little bit to make it fit better. Also, it crashed here, so that's interesting. What's the crash? Whoops. Okay. The log disappeared because overseer deletes. Okay, so when it's spawned, it's crashing. Actually, I have a hunch. I'm gonna try this first. Where is straw layer? Wait, but this is not, this is like a monster. So what's the issue? Okay, what I was thinking, okay, I just checked the logs. I was thinking like, because I had a similar error before, but it shouldn't be that, I just realized. So this could be a new thing. State machine 119. Oh. Oh. State machine utils 57. Add texture component. Why would that crash? Did it already have a texture component? I am confused. Oh, this context is not for the project type, it's for the monster. Right, so we need a project type context for this guy. There we go. And yeah, that's the source. Here we should do it for the project type context. There we go. And we can also change this as well. There we go. And yeah, I like using the context more and more for basically everything, because it's like a context for each, for like an entity to do anything basically. And you don't have to you're passing less things around. You don't have to pass everything around every time. You have the timestamp, you have the registry, which you can access anything basically, and you have the entity for whatever entity you're dealing with. All right, let's see now. Okay, it's doing the jump. I'm trying to do like Hollow Knight. There we go. Okay, so it's either doing like a jump or a project time. Now, how low can we get this telegraph time? Because it feels like you can just move. Okay, maybe not. You can just move forward and kill it pretty easily now. Even if it's doing the jump attack, it's just too slow. Ouch. Okay. There we go. Whoa, it died in like one hit. That's weird. Let's try one more time. Okay, it might have gotten one hit there, I'm not sure. And maybe there. Yeah. Okay, well. I don't know. Maybe it's good this way. I mean, some monsters doesn't need to be like when you're fighting them one-on-one. They don't need to be like, you know, super tuned to that. They could be sort of support monsters, I guess, for others. Like it could be a pain to fight this guy together with something else. But I feel like now it's pretty simple. Like you can even like, yeah, you can easily see what it's gonna be, and then you just do this, right? Also, I think right, so when it's doing the projectile, or when it's doing the telegraph, no, when it's doing the wait, what is this file here? This is like a backup file. Okay, that I'm not sure if I want. All right. We have this stunned behavior when we're attacking. But we probably don't want that when we're throwing. So actually, we want to switch on the attack type. It's becoming more and more different as we go here. So maybe it makes sense to make these, instead of having a function attack, maybe each attack type should be its own state instead. Because it's getting a little bit messy in here. But I mean, most of the things are the same. It's just that there's slight differences, I guess. I guess, well, okay. I might split it. Maybe it was a bad idea to do this. I don't know. It felt like if you have like one thing that changes, but you have different things, you could do this. But then I think this only works for comp time stuff, though. So it's not like you can put in a number or something. Well, unless you do like, if this is 0, we do this. If this is 1, we do this. If this is 2, we do this. But okay, so we have the pre, doesn't matter, the update. So if we're hurt, if we are jumping, we do stun. But if we're not jumping, if we do throw, we don't care about the jump, or I mean about getting hurt or hit. So now yeah, the monster doesn't get stunned if you hit it while it's throwing something. I'm not sure, it doesn't feel like I hit it when... Yeah, okay, so it does work. Okay, well, that's gonna be good enough for now. So we got like 2 different monsters here today. And we improved a little bit. We got some more, like, you know, hands-on experience with state machines. And so if we move this guy up here, so I'll just try this other guy out a little bit as well. Yeah, he's doing like the shield, and then so this guy's really easy though. Yeah, I need to tweak that guy maybe. I mean, it kind of depends on what kind of monster you want. Do you want like there's gonna be probably all kinds, like, you know, more difficult, more you know, just cannon fodder basically, and then it's gonna, like, you know, depending on the difficult. I just wanted to sort of experiment with the state machines and get a little bit more types of monsters in there. It would be cool to do like maybe one flying monster as well. We do have like one flying monster, it's this guy here, but I'm not really happy with how that works. Let's do like test flying monster 1. Yes, and we'll make it like a little bit smaller, maybe 8 by 8, perhaps, maybe, perhaps, yeah, sure. And let's put this guy over here, and we'll move you up out of the way. All right, so let's create this guy. It's nice to have like a little bit random, or I mean rapid, sort of rapid, you know, what did I call this? Test flying monster 1. Whoops. .zig. I like how they move and act. I can see how the state machine might have helped. Curious to learn more about how it works. Yeah, I can give you a little bit here. So, well, now I'm gonna copy paste this, and then we will replace test monster 2 with test flying monster 1. Okay, we'll remove basically everything here except this. Walk speed is fly speed, I guess. No, this is 8 by 8. So basically up here we have a bunch of constants. Attack type, just remove that for now. So here's the state machine. I'm gonna remove everything in here. And we're gonna remove you. I'm gonna remove you and you and you. Okay, I'll keep this part because this is like something that is almost the same for all monsters basically. So how it works, hang on, I'll just get this sorted out here. That should be the same. Yeah, everything should be the same except we need to add like a flying tag to this guy, and probably like no air terrain. I don't know, we'll see. Anyway, so the way this works is you start with a simple struct here, and you have an initial state function which I will create here, and all the state functions have a input which is the context, so that includes like the entity itself, timestamp, and the ECS registry, so you can basically find any data you want. Okay, yeah, this is what it is. There is the ECS registry, ECS entity, and the timestamp here. Okay, and then we can use that to do anything basically, I guess. But you have this initial function. Now this is the function that you pass in here, which is like building up the state machine. So the state machine is basically, here's the state, and it's just a pointer to a function, and that's the update function that gets called each frame, right? So when you change the state, you basically just point to another function. Now that's the new update function, and it changes its behavior based on what that function is doing. Now I also have this post here, but we can ignore that for now. And I also have like this enabled flag, which you can turn off the state machine if you don't want this to run. And then we have, then it's gonna get called somewhere. Oh, this is like a super old. I'm using init now for this. Get rid of these references here. All right. Okay. And I mean, yeah, you can do comparisons like this if the state is whatever the update function for something else. But it's not really. You can do it like that. You can also do it in another way that I can show as well. But what's happening here is, well, we're gonna look at where it's called. So here it's called. So this is the update function in here. So this is the state machine system, which, you know, in ECS you have systems with yeah, an update function or whatever. It's where the logic lives, basically. I mean, in my project is I don't really have like super strict ECS, you know. I'm kind of mixing different things, but I have this state machine system. Each frame we're calling the update function. We're going through all the entities that has this state machine. Remember, this state machine was just basically this structure here. And so we're going through all those entities, and we're grabbing out, we're building up this state machine context, which was the registry, entity, and timestamp. And then, yeah, I have this, we'll ignore this. And then we get the state machine out. So this is the sort of current state there. And we just call this current state function for every state machine. And that's basically it. And then when you change the state, you just set the state function to something else. Right? And then I have some other constructs around it, but we can ignore that. And so then, let's see, we're over here. Right, so the initial, so this function is a state function then, so all of them has to look like this. You take the context, which has the entity and the registry and the timestamp, and then you can do set state to something else. So you can say, okay, so the initial state, we set the state to I don't know, flying. Okay, so let's make a flying state, and for this one I think I'm just gonna have a function, which is the state function. Oops. Yeah, function pointers. So I got this idea from, I don't remember, but it was someone who, I saw a video of someone doing this kind of setup where you had like a function for the state. And I kind of thought that, oh, that was kind of novel idea, or, you know, to me it was like a new idea. And I thought that now, okay, well, let's just try it out. And it works really well, actually, especially when you're trying to make something new. Well, I will say this, it works well in contrast to the old system that I was using. So you know, that might have something to do with it. But I feel like implementing two monsters now, I mean, with no graphics, but we do have some telegraphing and stuff, and you can sort of easily just creating the graphics and just adding the animation stuff. That doesn't take long at all, like actually coding that in. creating the actual graphics takes longer, I guess, but actually coding in those things doesn't take long at all. So but now let's see, now we have a flying state, and what's going to happen here. So this is now the update function that's going to be ran whenever we're flying around. So I do have like default fly function, and you know, this is very simple. This is a very simple function. It basically just moves the monster in this direction here. And we can even do like, let's do like a random, well, we can't really do a random, it's going to be like a, what do they call, like a Brownian motion thing, because it's like each frame we're doing that. So what we can do, if we want to have more state, we can put it in this struct here, which we can access through the ECS system. So we'll just add current fly direction or flying direction or something like that, which is an F32. I'll just put it to something there to start with, right? And so now the thing is here, like, okay, well, we can't really, if we wanna, we'll get this guy by doing test flying monster one like this, and then we get the fly direction like this. All right, so wait, no, that's, well, okay, let's just get the fly direction. So now we have the fly direction here, so we can put this in here, right? So now we're flying around using this fly direction. The problem though is that it's only gonna fly to the right now, because 0 is right. And how do we change that? So let's make this into a struct. So we need to, flying equals struct. So we need to make this into a more advanced sort of state here. So we'll add, so now we may upgrade it into a struct. We have an update function which replaces sort of our previous update function. This is the same thing right now. But what we can do now is we can add a pre function. And what this will do is basically when you change the state into the pre function, or I mean into the flying state here, the state machine system will call the pre function once. So it's basically a function that sets up the state, you could say. Yeah, so here you can say now, you can do get test flying monster one dot fly direction, and we can set this to some random thing. So float, well, it's not going to be a random float, I guess. Is there like a random radian or something? No. Well, maybe you can do like random float, and then what is this? Exponentially distributed? No. Return a floating point. Okay, I don't know. Let's just use this. Oh, it's between 1 and 0. Okay, okay. So let's use that. And this is like F32. And then we'll time it times pi times 2. So that's like a full circle. So now we should have a random fly direction. Now this gets called once to set up the flying state. So when we get in here, we should have a random fly direction that is gonna be the same throughout. You know, it's not gonna be a random one as we had before. So basically now this is a very simple state machine. We have only one state, which is the flying state. We're picking a random fly direction when we enter the state. You can also have a function to exit the state if you want, but I don't think we need one here. And yeah, so we should be able to test this now, but I need to also boilerplate some stuff here. So let's go to monster. I need to add test flying monster 1. Scene. Test flying monster 1. And spawn. Test flying monster 1. Alright, that's it. So that's all we need to do. Okay. Now this should be working. We'll see. Transition event. Yeah, exactly. It's basically some function that gets called during transition of the, or I mean, yeah, from transitioning from one event state to another. Okay, so I wonder if it's like biased towards bottom right. So it's flying. I think I want to add no gravity as well, which is just I just have a component to add no gravity, but it seemed to be just going to the right. Actually, oh no, it's going somewhere else. Okay. Oh yeah, so okay, I think I know what's going on. So as you can see, this is the very simplest thing here. It just picks up a direction and then continuously goes in that direction. That's what it's doing there. All right. So now we can think about, okay, what do we want it to do? Maybe as with the other monster, maybe it's like, maybe it can like stop once in a while and go into like an idle mode where it just stands still or something. So we will create an idle state, and this one is, well, it basically, we don't really do anything, but how this works is that how do we transition into another function, right? We use this set state function here on the context, but how do we know that we want to update or transition into the idle? So, well, that depends. Like, let's say we want to have a timer, and I do have it sort of like built in almost in the system here, so we can set a duration for the state. And so let's just set, I don't know, 2 seconds or something. And then usually what I do is here I will say, okay, in the update function I will have an if that will check if the state duration has ended. I should really rename this function to be something more akin to that, because has state ended is kind of ambiguous, but whatever. It means if the state duration has ended, so after 2 seconds after this state has been running, we can set the state, so we can set the state to something else. So now we can set it to idle, basically. So we're transitioning into the idle state, right? So, and then when we're in the idle state, well, if we want to have a similar setup here, we can do that. So let's actually just copy this, make this the idle state, but we don't need a fly direction. We're not gonna do flying. We're just gonna say, okay, well, we'll set this for like 2 seconds, and then when the state has ended, we go back to flying. So now we have a loop here from flying to idle, right? So, and each time it's flying, it's gonna pick another random direction there, right? So let's see now when it shows up here. So here we have that, and then it goes into idle, which kind of looks like it has like some air drag. It breaks basically, because this flying is kind of fast. So I think I will lower this maybe to 100 or something. All right. Takes a while to compile here. It's gonna be nice when the Windows based, because I'm running this in Windows, because the Linux, I can run the game in WSL, but then it's pretty like low FPS. Okay. So as you can see, it's like flying and it's going into idle state and then it's flying again. And we can even lower this even more. And what we could do as well is, I think what I want to do is when it goes into idle, maybe we just want to set the velocity to 0, so it will immediately stop instead of breaking, like, I don't know. It all depends on what you want to do, of course, but you could do that as well. So now it's like, and then immediately stops. I mean, it looks a little bit more, I guess, I don't know, robotic, or following like a, I don't know. Anyway, maybe we could, I don't know. Let's just not worry about that. So what we want to do is now maybe have some sort of aggro mode, like you get close enough to it, it will attack you. So let's add a attack or aggro distance. Yeah, just aggro distance, and let's set it to 100, just random number. And now we add a aggro state, and usually always need a pre-function, so I usually always create a struct, but you can create just a function as well. And well, what we're gonna do in the aggro state, so well, let's start, I guess we'll start with the update function. Oops. And well, basically here we're gonna try to follow the player, I guess. We already have a monster that does this, so I'm gonna peek at that a little bit. So we have irlos, and we have hunt the player. So here's yeah, it basically sets the fly direction. This is basically the same thing here. We're setting a fly direction to the direction to player, and then we fly towards the player, basically. Yeah. So we can do the same thing here, except this is now this guy. All right. Well, this is that was the pre-function, right? So we have the pre-function there, and then here we're simply gonna do default fly, right? We're gonna get the direction. All right. But we could change the fly speed, like when you're aggro, we could have an aggro fly speed, which, whoops, I mean, it could be based, I guess, on the fly speed. Let's just do like ×2 or something, right? And then in the aggro, we'll use the aggro fly speed instead. Okay, and then we might have, I mean, yeah, let's just start there. I'm thinking like this, like it's gonna be annoying, like when it goes and hits the player, it feels like it should sort of back off, because if it's constantly on your, I mean, and then you try to get away and it's faster than you or something, you can't actually get away. So we have to think about a way for this to sort of get back off or something. Oh yeah, also all monsters can be hurt, they can die. So what I have is I usually have this common behavior, and this because the problem is that you want to have a check, like let's say that we need we want to have a knockback. All right, how do we implement that? Well, you will like during the update function, you will sort of check, okay, well, we have a convenience function for that, like well, no, it's monster utils here. So it's like damage, has pending damage or something like that. So has pending damage. All right, so that means we have taken damage. And right now there's only one way for monsters to take damage, and it's from the player sort of sword hit. And so what we do is we say, okay, well then if we've taken damage, we want to apply knockback. I have like a convenience function for that. So we'll apply some knockback. This knockback is like, right now it's the same for everything, but yeah, it basically calculates some sort of knockback vector based on, you know, it's not knocking the monster away from the player is the point to this function here. All right, so we're applying knockback. So that's how we apply knockback. But we wanna have this in every function because we want this behavior to be always on. So, and maybe you want to have a state where you don't have knockback. Well, you can do that as well. But let's say we want this everywhere. Also, another thing that we want to do is we want to check, are we dead? If we are, then we don't want to do all these updates functions. We want to set the state to the dead state. And the dead state is basically, we can create a new state here. So the dead state, wait, we can do like a function. Well, we don't do anything. This is the dead state. We don't do anything basically. Okay. Now, and then we also return it. But the thing is, now we need to copy this code to everything. So what I'm usually do is I have this code, except I have it in a common behavior function. So I have a common behavior function. Oops, 1 second here. I have a common behavior function that will check these things. So if we're dead, you can basically put anything in here, but I'm usually only have these two things. So I'm checking if we're dead, then we're setting the state to dead, and we also return a dead event so that the caller knows that, okay, we're dead, so we shouldn't do anything basically else. We shouldn't set the state to anything else, like based on other state or whatever. We should just return and that's that. All right, and then we have the default damage behavior, which also it does the things that I said there. It does some other things as well, like playing a sound and stuff like that. But it applies to a knockback, unless you can also change that if that behavior there. So I have these sort of default, default behavior common functions to make it easier to copy behavior, because that's kind of I guess one of the cons of this behavior, as well as a pro. It's a pro and a con. Like, it's a double-edged sword. Like, yes, you have to copy all this behavior, but you also have total control. In each state, you have total control of what is happening in each state. So if one state doesn't want knockback or whatever, you can control that. You can, instead of calling this function, or you can, we can pass an option or whatever in here to disable the knockback. But yeah, you can, the ultimate thing is that you can sort of decide per state how you want it to be. So you can have like we did with Test Monster 1, I think it was Test Monster 1. We had this shielding state that added an invincible
component, which basically just prevents damage. And then also, you know, in the update function, we actually don't call the common, since we're invincible, we can't die and we can't take damage, so we don't need to call the common behavior function from here, since we don't need to call those or check those things. So that's one way of showing, like, okay, well, you have total control, and it's so easy to just implement something because there's nothing that is sort of implicit here. Everything is explicit, so it's very easy to change things like that, and you see everything that is happening at once, basically. So now we need to call this function, and so usually then how I do it is I say, okay, we'll return the common behavior will return a optional, and so the thing here will return an event if there is an event, and then we can switch on this event and we'll say, okay, are we dead? Then we just return, we don't do anything, so we don't accidentally set ourselves to idle and do some weird stuff. We're just dead. Otherwise we can be hurt, but hurt, oftentimes we don't care about being hurt, but sometimes you want to have stuff happening, like getting stunned or something like that when you're hurt. But this is the common behavior pattern that I'm using. And so now we can basically, this is applied now to the flying state, but I do want to apply it to the idle state as well. And it's usually also the first thing that happens, because you want to check if you're dead first, and then we return. Aggro should also have it. So basically anything that's not, you know, if we're not invulnerable or anything, or dead. If we're dead, then nothing happens ever again. Okay, so a bit I like this because this is a bit metaphorical here to what actually, well, depending on what you believe, I guess, but reality there. All right, so now I guess, well, depending on your viewpoint, I guess, but what okay, so I talked myself out of my thread here, but okay, so now we have an aggro state, and we don't have a way of getting out of the aggro state, but let's just try it and see how this looks now. Okay, got this guy flying around. Okay, my controller apparently died, so I will just switch to keyboard. And does the aggro state work? Oh, okay, yeah. So I think we defined the aggro state, but we never connected it with some sort of transition here. So, right. So actually, this could be, well, let's actually do this. So while we're idle, we want to check if we should aggro. I usually have this like terminology here. If we should aggro, then we return set state to aggro, right? And then we have the same thing going on over here. Very easily copyable, you know, set of code there. And then we should have a function called should aggro. So when should we aggro? Well, I guess it's pretty simple in this case. We just return if distance to player is less than, and then attack or aggro distance, and that's it. So now we're able to transition into the aggro state. All right, let's try this out. Okay, well, it's I think it increased the speed, but it doesn't really follow me around. So what is happening here? Okay, I think I understand a little bit what's happening. So actually, I mean, we're setting the direction once. That's what's happening. We're setting it in the pre function. We should, I mean, if we want this guy to follow the player all the time, I guess we have to do this. Let's just do that to see if it works first, and then we can reason about, because what I'm thinking is also changing the aggro state, and that's going to be pretty easy to have a duration, and you kind of reset, and there you go. Now it's like following around there. It feels a little bit like floaty, like it's changing direction, kind of slow. I don't know if that's like, I mean, it's probably because of the current speed it has, maybe. And there you can see it's like gets knocked back as well. Okay, so you could do it like that. What I was thinking also is having, like, if we delete this, so now it's picking one direction first, that is towards the player, and then I'm gonna set the duration to, I don't know, 1 second or something. And then over here we're gonna check if the duration has ended. If it has, then we're gonna update. Well, you could do this in different ways, but we could just set the state to aggro again. Keep on going there. We just set the state, because what's gonna happen there is basically, yeah, we're already in aggro state, but it's gonna run the pre-function. So we're gonna have some sort of side effect happening here, which is the a new duration, and also the fly direction is gonna change. So this happens like once the state has ended, it's gonna call this function, it's gonna set a new direction, and the duration is happening. And now it doesn't really matter if this function gets called, if pre gets called directly here, like synchronously, or if it's getting called like later down the line, because I mean, either way, we're just gonna fly in this direction that we already have, maybe for 1 frame or something. It doesn't really matter. But the fact is that this actually calls the pre-function directly, if there is one. This is also pretty interesting. I would like to go through how this actually works, the state machine, like when you set the new state, because that's kind of interesting, because I'm using a lot of the concepts of comp time here, and concepts of sig, like you know, looking into the types and stuff, to actually, you know, think about what we're doing here. So because you can pass in either a function and a struct if you want, and it's gonna sort of know what to do with that. So so yeah, but anyway, let's try this now. So this should update the direction every second now. So it picks a direction and then it updates it every second. Yeah. So you have kind of this behavior now instead. All right. So yeah, so that's that is like a little, or well, maybe not little, but a run through of the state machine system here. So and kind of the patterns that I've seen pop up during implementing all the monsters in this new system. So I think it's I mean, with these helper functions, because that's also like a key part of this, like how you set up these different helper functions and sort of this default behavior stuff, because it really increases the velocity of actually implementing a monster and thinking. I mean, I think that this way of thinking also, it's really easy to just add a new state and think about, okay, well, do I want this to be a duration based state? Do I want this to be like a random thing, or you know, a distance to the player? And then just have functions that actually, help a lot with those different scenarios, and it makes it very quick to do things in here. And since we're also working in code here, you can basically do anything you want. And so yeah, I really like it. I really like this way of doing the state machines and doing the monster behavior. And yeah, it feels like it's a very nice system also for like rapidly prototyping new like monsters and new behavior here. So right now I did 3 different monsters, although the first monster with the shielding we might tweak it a little bit, and the flying monster I feel like could also be maybe tweaked a little bit, but it could be also like a complete monster now, because it's like it could be like just a little annoying thing that follows you around once you've aggroed it, and that's basically what it's doing right now. And so yeah, that's basically that. I'm not gonna go through the other thing right now. I think this is actually gonna do it for this time. So because I need to deal with some other stuff here, but yeah, thanks very much for joining me here, and it's been nice talking to you guys. So yeah, that's gonna be it. I need to go now. So thank you very much for joining. Have a nice day, and I'll see you later. Bye bye.